Let me close my video.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this Commerce Law and Management Faculty Orientation session. You're a very diverse group of people in the room, so to speak, this morning, as all our CLM postgraduates have been invited to this session. So we have postgraduate diplomas, honors, masters, and PhD candidates in the room. And welcome especially to the new to WITS students. So as you can see from the program, we have quite a long session before taking a break at 11 o'clock. I'm now going to hand over to Professor Jason Cohen, the Dean of the Faculty.
Good morning. Hello. Hi.
Hi, Jason.
Thank you. Hi. Thanks so much, Dr. Lamberti. And good morning all. And thank you, of course, for joining us for this virtual welcome and postgraduate orientation event. Thank you, Dr. Lamberti, for the introduction and for hosting us today. As Pia said, my name is Jason Cohen. I'm the Dean of the Faculty of Commerce, Law and Management, or what we like to call CLM for short. And it's my privilege to welcome you all as our new postgraduate students in the faculty. For those of you who obviously studied here at WITS before, I should welcome you back to the next phase of your academic journey. And for those of you who are new to the university, or perhaps come from outside of Johannesburg or even the country, an absolute warm welcome to WITS. Let me just take a second to thank colleagues from the Faculty's Teaching and Learning Unit, especially Pia and Marika, who put together the program for this morning. And thanks, of course, to the Student Affairs Office for initiating this welcome event and hosting us on their platform today. Let me also thank the faculty's assistant dean, who you'll hear from a little bit later, Professor Diksha Bana, and she's joined us to welcome and say hello this morning. And of course, welcome to representatives from our faculty office and from our various schools who've joined us today to welcome you and who will shortly chat to you a little later in your program, in your respective breakaway sessions. And most importantly, of course, I want to thank you all for choosing WITS for your postgraduate studies. And I want to congratulate you for being successful in securing a place in one of our 6 schools for a postgraduate program. So whether that's for a postgraduate diploma or an honors or a master's or for a PhD. And obviously, as you know, WITS positions itself as a research and postgraduate intensive institution. Just some stats for you. In 2022, WITS had a little over 16,000 registered postgraduate students across our 5 faculties. And of those 16-odd thousand, 6,000 were registered in commerce law and management. And that's by far the largest number of any faculty. The next highest number of postgraduates is registered in the Faculty of Humanities with just over 3,000 postgraduates. And within our CLM faculty, postgraduates then come to represent about 56% of our nearly 11,000 total student enrollments in the faculty. And this sort of enrollment mix will continue for the next couple of years. So we really do pride ourselves on being a postgraduate and research intensive faculty within a postgraduate and research intensive university environment. Having said that, you should of course also know that our admission process remains highly selective, as of course is befitting for a leading university in the Global South. With over 20,000 applications to our faculty, all competing for places in our specialist postgraduate programs. As an example, our Honours in Commerce program accepts only about 1 of every 10 applications. So you really do deserve to be congratulated. You earned your places. Having demonstrated your academic qualities through your performance in your previous degrees, and of course complementing those where necessary with relevant work experience, extracurricular activities that put you out in front. So I do want to express my congratulations to you, and of course you should appreciate how competitive admissions processes are, and that securing a place in one of our programs really does speak volumes of your potential to excel in the academic environment. And all of you here are really for different reasons. Some of you are embarking on your postgraduate journeys because you want to deepen your subject knowledge, or you want to become experts in your field. Others, to be more prepared for the world of work, or make the shift from being consumers of knowledge to being researchers and generators of new knowledge. And some may even be thinking of pursuing a career in academia and passing the knowledge that you gain through your postgraduate studies onto the next generation of students. And so whatever path you've personally chosen, I do know that your postgraduate journey is going to be exciting, and it's also going to challenge you in new ways. It's going to push you intellectually into new and sometimes uncomfortable spaces. And of course, this is also an opportunity to do work with strong social impact, and work that aligns to our commitment to being a university for good. And many of you will be making this impact by having chosen programs in which you can engage with and tackle some of the more stubborn problems that we see in our country and our economy, things like inequality, climate change, youth unemployment, gender-based violence. Others are going to make an impact by exploring, new areas in spaces like fintech, digital business, energy leadership, among others. And our university's position, here in Johannesburg, in the social and economic heart of the country, is really one of the very best settings that you can hope for to engage with some of these challenges. And at the same time, remember the role that a university like Wits should be playing in transforming our world, and the role that you can play as a postgraduate student in creating a future, not just for yourselves, but for the country. I also often like to just reflect on the university's motto. Our university's motto is Scientia et Labore. And this can be translated, as science and labor, but also knowledge and work. And it's a reminder to us that our work as academics, as postgraduate students, really is in the service of and is intended to make a contribution to the advancement of industry and society. And it's a commitment that we make to evidence-based logic and reason, and an independent and a critical perspective. And Scientia et Labore also implies that making valuable contributions to science and knowledge will be hard work. It takes persistence, it takes effort, it takes a willingness to fail and to start again. And much of the hard work that you will put into your studies isn't going to be visible to others. It's going to be reflected in many hours that you'll be spending in libraries, whether those are real world libraries or our fantastic electronic library and database systems that you'll be hearing more about today. But you'll be spending many hours sort of scouring for source material and looking for literature, and you're going to spend hours reading, and huge effort spent in data collection and analysis and in writing. And that's really time spent away from family and friends, a time spent pursuing perhaps other activities, all of which, of course, is a demonstration of your commitment to your studies and the sacrifices that you're willing to make in order to succeed as a postgraduate student in a university like this. And you should also be aware that at Wits, we do strive for a culture of rigorous debate and engagement. And you'll notice that your class formats will start to change. You'll start to shift from lectures where your professors are lecturing to you towards a seminar-based format, where the role of your professor is one that's going to shift from being that teacher or that instructor to one of really facilitating your learning process. And in that sort of context, we believe that our students have as much to teach us as we have to teach them. And so bringing your different perspectives to the classroom is certainly something that's encouraged. And it's the diverse background of our students that really makes of it such a rich and exciting place to study. It's through interaction and engagement that you'll have with each other and people from very diverse backgrounds all over the country, different socioeconomic circumstances from different places on the African continent or indeed the world. And you'll really learn from each other. You'll share in and exchange ideas. And I encourage you to be open to that opportunity to learn from others, to really actively seek out feedback, challenge yourself to grow from the engagements with others and from the sort of constructive criticism that you'll receive. And I also want to encourage you to make the most of your time here, attending seminars and engaging with the life of the institution outside of just your specialist subject areas and the particular courses that you might have to pursue as part of your studies. Postgraduate study really is about exploring all those outer edges where different fields of study touch and intersect, as we recognize that different really make the most of your time in an institution like Wits. And my colleagues who will speak after me and over the course of the day will share with you many of the world-class resources that you can expect to have access to during your time and studies here at Wits. And I encourage you to really listen carefully to what they have to say, to familiarize yourself with all of these resources, and to start your postgraduate your journey as a postgraduate student on the best possible footing. And there really are wonderful support resources and training programs available at Wits to help you through the technical and sometimes tricky aspects of your studies, whether that's from writing to research methodology, to literature searching, things like understanding the ethics of research and expectations for academic integrity, and a host of other more academic technical workshops that will give you the foundations that you need. But in addition to all of that academic support, we also have wonderful support on campuses for health and medicine, for counseling, career development, and all of these resources are at your disposal as students. And so my wish for each and every one of you is to find your postgraduate experience enriching and challenging and interesting and life-changing. And I hope your journey will feel valuable for you. So let me then just end by congratulating you on choosing to study here at Wits, at Africa's top university, and may you be inspired over the course of your studies to make your mark in the world and continue the proud tradition of Wits's wonderful alumni, and the alumni of this particular faculty in particular. So let me once again welcome you. I wish you well. Good luck with your studies. Enjoy it. I hope it's enriching and valuable for you. Let me then hand back over to our host, to Dr. Lamberti, who will advise us what's next on the program. Thanks very much, everyone.
Thanks so much, Prof. Cohen, for that inspiring introduction. It makes me wish I was starting off all over again as a postgraduate here at Wits, having been here as a postgraduate a very, very long time ago. So next on the program is Professor Deeksha Bana, who is the Assistant Dean of Postgraduate Affairs. And you may not really know what that entails, but I can tell you, Diksha is the person who chairs the faculty's postgraduate research graduate studies committee. And so she really is deeply involved in your postgraduate studies when you get to that level. But I see you're here back in the room, Diksha. So thank you very much, and over to you.
Thanks so much, Pia, and thank you so much for that introduction. And thank you to our Dean. Yes, studying at the Faculty of CLM certainly is exciting. It's a very exciting time in our country and in the world. And our postgrad students have much to offer going forward. So what I'm going to do this morning, very briefly, is just give you a little bit of context, basic idea of how things function in the faculty, so that you understand where the school sits, how the faculty operates in relation to it, and what the function of school and faculty really is. Marika, if you can move on to the next slide. Thanks. Yeah, and then I'll sort of basically cover the bare bones of the postgraduate journey, highlight certain important rules and policies that govern your time at WITS, touch on something called the appeals process. Yeah, and I'll just sort of give you the broad brushstrokes of that. Thanks. Marika, can we move to the next slide, please? Yeah. So as our Dean has already mentioned, CLM is in this unique position where more than 50% of our student body is already postgraduate. And here we're talking about your honors, postgrad diploma, masters, either by dissertation or masters by coursework and research report, and your PhD. And our primary goal in relation to postgraduate students is to provide quality teaching. And when we talk about teaching, it's not teaching in that traditional sense, but as our Dean has advised, the idea of lecturers facilitating discussion, thinking more deeply about issues and finding solutions to contemporary problems. So that's what that encompasses. And then there's also supervision for our postgrad students. Say for the postgrad diploma, what you will see is that an important element of your postgrad studies relates to research. And in this research journey, your supervisor is going to play a pretty important role in guiding you, first in terms of working out what is it that you want to examine more closely in research, how to actually formulate a workable research question, a project that is not too broad, not too narrow, that's going to have impact in broader society and the rest. Okay. Our other goal is to ensure that our students get through the program, because we do want our postgraduate students to succeed. So we want them to get through the program and to get through the program in the recommended period of time, the minimum period of time that it should take. And again, as mentioned by the Dean, this is going to require a lot of commitment and a different type of learning on the part of the postgraduate student. It is conceptually a little different from your undergrad studies. Here, we really are looking to you to see, it's kind of looking to you for innovative ideas, solutions to problems that we face, and the rest. The other thing that we are very conscious of, and we would like to alert you to, is that there is research and writing support for our postgraduate students, and our teaching and learning unit, Dr. Lamberti and Ms. Clates, will be talking a little bit about that. And the idea here is that they will help you with your journey to produce the quality of research that can make a difference, that can contribute to knowledge, and hopefully is publishable too, so that we can share this with everyone. So what we have on the screen now is a basic picture of how the faculty works. On the left side, you'll see that we have our 6 schools, and each school is run by a head of school. And this is where you will spend most of your time and the people with which you would have the most engagement. They're responsible for the courses, for the supervision, all of the content of your programs, okay? These schools all fall under the faculty, and the faculty is then managed by our dean, who makes sure that things are running as they are, looking to see if there are any hiccups, how to resolve them. He is then assisted by the faculty registry. This is where you would have gone to register. So we've got the registry, and they are primarily responsible for your registration, firstly when you start, and every year as you continue. When you want to cancel registration, adjust registration. Also, when it comes to submission of your research work, the registry is pretty important. The dean is also assisted by what are called assistant deans, and the ones that are most sort of relevant in the context of postgraduate affairs are the deans, the assistant deans of teaching and learning. That's Mr. Daniel de Klerk. He runs the teaching and learning unit, and they are there to look at things like research and writing support, and the postgraduate learning experience, and how we can intervene to support the experience of our students. We've also got our Assistant Dean of Research. This is Professor Volker Schorer. Professor Schorer is responsible for the faculty's research output, meaning articles and books that are published by staff and students. So he's the person to speak to if you're interested in publishing. In fact, we strongly encourage our postgraduate students to think about publishing, particularly our PhD and Masters by Dissertation students, to have the idea of publication of your work at the back of your mind. And he can provide some guidance as to how that process works. We've also got myself, the Assistant Dean of Postgraduate Affairs, and I basically deal with all the boring stuff. I chair the Graduate Studies Committee, and this committee is a committee that looks at research, the PhD and the Masters by Research. So every title, every supervisor, examiners, outcomes of examination process at that level are managed by the CLM Graduate Studies Committee. I should also make you aware of the special assistant we have to the Dean, Ms. Sipiso Maleswana. So if you're having issues and you require support, she is the person who can direct you to relevant university resources that you can make use of. The Center for Careers Counseling and Development Unit, the Dean of Students are two main examples. But if you're having any challenges, you know, and you need some support, Tsepiso is amazing at providing that. We can move on, Marika. Okay, so that's basically the faculty setup. With the Graduate Studies Committee, you'll have at school level, there are these committees, postgraduate committees, and all of the postgraduate students go through that committee. Then what happens is that committee reports to the faculty's Graduate Studies Committee, where the school committees make recommendations, and the faculty is the committee that finalizes those decisions. And you'll see that we have reps from each of the schools serving on that committee. You'll find that the registrar's office is also very involved in this committee, and the dean is an ex officio member. So he is able to sort of step in whenever he feels he needs to. Marika, can we move to the next slide? Okay, so postgraduate journey. So I thought it would be useful for you to just sort of be able to situate yourself in this journey so that you have some idea of what is going to unfold. So last year sometime you would have made your application through the Student Enrollment Center. You would have then gotten an offer or a letter of acceptance into the program advising you to, you know, register if you want to take up the offer. In the last month, what a lot of us have been busy with is registration. So all of you would have registered. Students joining WITS for the first time would have registered for their program for the first time. Just a reminder that you have to renew your registration every year, because we work according to the academic calendar. So if you registered now, you are registered for 2023. If you are returning in 2024, please remember you do have to register again. All right. This is something that a lot of students don't realize. They think I'm admitted into a program, and so as long as I register once, that's it. It is very important that every year you assess, you will get your results, your progression status, and you will need to re-register to continue. The fourth thing we have, and this would apply to our honors students, the postgrad diplomas, and then the Masters by Coursework and Research report, is that there's the coursework component of the particular program, degree that you are registered for, and this requires you to enroll for the required courses. You attend your lectures and seminars. You've got to make sure that you do your assessments on time. When we talk about assessments, we're talking about tests, we're talking about assignments, we're talking about exams. In this respect, please, the deadlines are something that need to be taken seriously. If you miss a deadline, you will be marked absent for the particular submission. There is room for deferring in limited circumstances. So if you've got ill health or some exceptional circumstance has presented itself, maybe you were in a car accident or, you know, something that's not part of your day-to-day grind. Please know that things like ordinary work pressure and ordinary domestic pressures are not considered acceptable excuses for deferring tests and assignments. So that's the one part, the coursework part. The second part is the research element of your postgraduate program. So say for the postgraduate diploma, which does not have this research component, you'll find that honors, masters, and PhD all have the research component, which is pretty important. What you also find is, unlike with your undergrad, where it would be something like you're putting together a short essay and you're able to sort of knock it out in a week, when it comes to postgrad research, it does require a lot more reading and thinking critically about issues, analyzing and saying, oh, this is what the information is, or the knowledge is in this particular area. This is how I understand it, how you translate it for your reader. And the idea is ultimately that you would make a contribution to knowledge. And I don't want you to be scared of that idea that you have to contribute to knowledge. It's something that happens gradually. So, for example, at honors level, we're looking at a different degree of contribution than at the PhD level, where with PhD, you've got to sort of make an original contribution, and it's got to be a significant contribution. Whereas with honors, if you are able to interpret that information and show your reader, you know, this is what the state of affairs is, and then critique it, saying what your thoughts are on it and why, etc. You know, that's how it works. And it's something that you build on gradually. But it is a skill that requires a lot of time and effort and patience. You've also got to believe in yourself. Remember that you've been accepted into the program because we think that you have the ability. So it is important that you believe in yourself, because there are going to be moments when you think, oh my goodness, I can't do this. And that's when you sort of take a step back, you speak to your supervisor, remind yourself why you're here, and you push through. It's a different journey, it's a challenging journey, but it's a very exciting journey. Okay, so with the postgrad research, I've given you what that entails. The process is that there would be an appointment of a supervisor. Please check with your particular school whether they will be allocating a supervisor to you, or whether you have to actually go out and find a supervisor. Your school will give you more detail on that. And then you work with your supervisor on the title. You work on a proposal, and you'll defend that proposal in front of a panel, and if necessary, you would obtain ethical clearance for your research. Our research students, being the Masters by Research or the PhD thesis, every year you're required to fill out an annual progress report. You fill it out, your supervisor fills it out, and then the Postgrad Studies Committee looks at it to see, have you made enough progress? Are we happy for you to move on to the next year of study? So it's important that you keep going with your journey. And this does require a lot of discipline, because it's primarily up to you to make sure that it keeps moving, that you keep doing what you need to do to get to the next milestone and to then finish on time. Okay, once we've got the process where you've done the coursework, you've now done the research, we then have a process for approving, nominating and approving examiners. You then, through the faculty office, you will submit your research for examination. The faculty office then facilitates the process. We then take the results to the Graduate Studies Committee, who will approve the results or confirm the results that have been provided by examiners. You finally submit, and then you will qualify and graduate. So this in a nutshell is what that's about. I just wanted to give you the broad overview. You can get more information on that. Owen and Nazreen will be speaking to that, and I think Pia and Marika will also give a little more content. I then just want to draw your attention to important rules that govern our programs and students. The first one is the Senate Standing Orders on Higher Degrees. The second one is the Senate Standing Orders on Assessment of Student Learning. These are university level rules that we are bound by. Under the umbrella of these rules, we then have the faculty standing orders and school standing orders on higher degrees. So if you are looking for the rules that govern your particular program, I would advise you to start by looking at the school standing orders. And here, Owen and Nazreen are going to talk you through the website that we're launching and where you can find all of these rules that apply to your particular program. Okay. The other important sort of frameworks and policies that I need to draw your attention to relates to the framework for academic integrity. Academic integrity covers things like cheating, plagiarism, anything that undermines the academic quality of your work. And there's a comprehensive framework that the university has put together. And with that, we've also got the student academic misconduct policy. Again, familiarize yourselves with the documents. You don't want to fall foul of them. My experience has been that many students sort of fall short of these expectations because they don't quite understand what is expected. So it's very important that you go through these documents. If you have questions, feel free to email me or the faculty office or your school, and we are happy to assist where we can with this. Okay. The final two things, I know, Marika, I've run a little over, so if you'll just indulge me. The final two things I want to alert students to relates to the minimum and maximum periods of study. So it is important that students are aware that there is a clock that runs. So the minimum period of study is what is the minimum amount of time it will take for you to complete the degree. So if you're doing a master's degree, for example, full-time, then the minimum period of study is 1 year. If you're doing it part-time, the minimum period of study is 2 years, okay? What's more important is the maximum period of study. So in addition to that 1 year of minimum study that you have an additional 2 years to complete if life happens, if things get difficult, all right? But you cannot go over the 2 years. Once you hit over 2 years, you've exceeded the maximum period of study. And then you've got to appeal. And there's no guarantee you would be let in again because credits that you accumulate also have a limited shelf life. So it's very important in your planning to strive for making, so completing within the minimum period of time. But if that cannot be done, then at most, you've got 2 extra years to complete. Finally, just want to draw your attention to progression and exclusion rules. Each program has particular rules. Examples of rules here is if you fail a course more than twice, you would be excluded. If you fail a course with less than 35%, you would be excluded. And then there's an appeals process where you can make your case to explain what happened, how you plan to rectify the situation, and why you deserve another chance. Next slide, please. Okay, and so here I've just very, very briefly put together the appeals process for you. You'll see that appeals against academic exclusions, if you also disappear for a year, so you were registered in 2021 and 2022, you didn't register, you have to apply to be readmitted. And all other postgrad matters, these appeals come to me. At the school level, the head of school deals with appeals in respect of admissions. That person has the final say on decisions, readmissions into the program, and decisions on deferred examinations and mark queries again are dealt with by the school. So those are the main things I want to highlight. I need you, it's important that you're aware of the stuff up front so that you don't get caught off guard when life happens. When you find that you're facing challenges, the best thing to do is to approach your lecturers, approach the faculty office and say to them, this is what's going on. And they will be able to advise you of your options, whether you should sort of take a leave of absence, can you put your studies in abeyance, whatever it is. It's better we are proactive than things fall apart and then we try and rectify after that. I thank you so much for your time and your patience. That's it from me. Thanks, Marika.
Thanks so much, Prof. Bana. I know that went a little over time, but I think it was important that you explained as clearly as you did a lot of these processes that postgraduates generally remain ignorant about. So thank you for clarifying and demystifying. So next on the program are two people from the faculty registry, Mr. Owen Naicker and Ms. Nazreen Abdullah, and I'd like to hand over to them. So over to you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Nazreen Abdullah. I'm the faculty officer, faculty research officer at the Commerce Law and Management faculty. So today I'll be chatting to you about the postgrad information booklet. So the postgrad information booklet is an overall view on different aspects around the research matters and your research journey. The booklet is available on our intranet, so all postgrad students will have access to it. All registered postgrad students will have access to it. Please can you go a bit further down, Rika? So we've included very important information in this booklet for all postgrad students. We've included some information, welcome to our faculty, that tells you a bit more about our faculty. And then the important information, we've included some abbreviations. If you can go further down, please, Marika. The abbreviations, I think will be very useful to students, postgrad students. And then Prof. Bana spoke about the rules and policies and standing orders for postgrad degrees and diplomas. The link is available here, so you can access all their governance documents in that link there. So it will be available to all our students. We've included information on the registration. So just, a step-by-step on registration, accepting the offer, you can click onto the self-service portal there. And then if you're self-funded or sponsored, you can click onto the student facing FASO link there. And then fees clearance. And then to register online, you can click on the student self-service portal there. And then also if you need assistance when you're registering, or if you just need any assistance, we've included a link there for everybody in the Faculty of Commerce and Management. The next infographic it will only come in place when you are submitting your research for examination, which is the rebates and how they work. So this will just give you an overview of when you submitting your research, the different types of rebates and percentages within the different times that you submit. Then very important, I think Prof. Bana has touched on this before, the minimum maximum period of study is very important to our students. So we've given some information there for our masters in full-time PhD students. And then we move on to our appeals. There is more information if you click onto the link there. If there's more information there on appeals, we have the different types of appeals. So if you go further down, it will give you the different types of appeals and the process that's followed for the different types of appeals. So we have the appeal for extension to submit your research proposal for defense panel, appeal for extension to submit your research report for examination, your 1 month extension, your appeal against academic exclusion or readmission, and then the appeal against decision on deferred examinations marks. So that will give you the process for the appeal process. And then we've given some information here on the research proposal, and then your four important key elements for your research proposal. And then again, we've given you important information on proposal timelines. So the proposal timelines there's different timelines for different schools within the faculty, but we've included that. So we've included all the schools within the Faculty of Commerce, Law and Management. We've included your defense panel. Yeah, I think it's very important that you contact your school faculty directly to find out what the internal process is for your defense panel. And then we have your postgrad affairs, which includes the statement of principles. The statement of principles is just an agreement between the university, student, and supervisor. We've included information on ethics. Again, here, you need to make sure that you contact your school, to find out what you need to do to obtain your ethical clearance or waiver. And then amendment of approved research title. So if you wish to amend your research title, we have included links above. You can click onto the link there to access the amendment. To amend your approved title, there is a form that you can complete there, which you must go to the school for that. And then changing in supervisor, we included in some information there for you to have a look at. And then progress reports, Prof. Bana touched on that as well. So once a year, student and the supervisor are required to complete and submit a progress report. And then Prof. Bana also spoke about applying for abeyance. And then we have your postgrad funding opportunities. You can click onto the link there for more information, but we encourage our students to make use of this, particularly our PhD students. So that's all information on your funding opportunities, your writing support, and opportunities for research students. There's different writing retreats within the year, February, April, June, August, and October. And then we have, then that's more information on your research, the research opportunities. Then we go to, you can also contact the relevant people to find out more information as well. Then we have your first research submission for examination, appointment of examiners, submission with our supervisor acquiescence, and all the forms is available on the link there again that will take you to everything that's on this booklet. It is available under that link there. We've included your first submission checklist on that link as well, and all the other relevant documents that you need to access. Important here as well for your first submission is we need to make sure that the submission is in good standing order. There must be no outstanding fees. And then we have this very useful infographic here, which takes us through the process once you submit your report for examination. So once you submit your report for examination, the faculty office, the research officer needs to verify and make sure that everything is in good order. Some schools require that it goes for quality assurance checks before it's sent out for examination. And then it's sent out for examination. There is timelines there on how long it will take. And then once we receive the reports back, it will go to the Postgraduate Studies Committee and to the GSC. So the Postgraduate Studies Committee is for your research by coursework, and the Graduate Studies Committee is for your PhD and Master's 100% research. Then we have your 5 possible outcomes when you receive your outcome. And then very important again, the possible delays, which can be an incomplete research, inaccurate incomplete registration, and then examiners not appointed before you submit your research for examination. And then if the examiner declines to assess the report, we then have to go back to the school to get a new examiner. And then that will go back to the Graduate Studies Committee or Postgraduate Studies Committee to be approved, and thereafter it will be sent out for examination. We then move on to your final submission for graduation. Here again, there is a link there available. All documents and further information is available on that link. We've included your final submission checklist in that link as well. And then most important here for our PhD students, when you're submitting your research, when you're submitting your final for graduation, it will go to the Graduate Studies Committee for approval before you are qualified and included onto the graduation list. And then, yes, for more information on graduation, there is a link available. If you go further down, please, Marika. There's a link available there for graduation. And also very important for graduation, graduation is not guaranteed for any student. The faculty needs to do the necessary checks to ensure that requirements for the relevant qualifications fulfilled, and also for you to make sure that you don't have any fees, courses, library fines, and legal issues outstanding before graduation. But like I said again, there is information on our link there, and then we've also included another link there that will take you to the link where all other forms and documents are available. And then if you go further down, please, Marika, there is a contact list for everybody within the Faculty of Commerce, Law and Management. So if ever you need assistance, you're welcome to go to the booklet, and the contact information is here. So we've included everybody that can assist you within for all the different schools within the Faculty of Commerce, Law and Management. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks so much, Nazreen. I must say, I know it's the first year that you've had this booklet in the form that it is, with detail and with links to all the important information that postgrads need. And I really I can only commend you for having put this together. I saw there were lots of questions about where you can get the guide. And they will be answered later. As you can see from the chat, it's not available in hard copy, but I think you'd really want an electronic copy because of the links. So we'll talk more about that later. But now we're going to go on to the next person on the program, and that is Ms. Oliswa Hobo, who is the principal librarian in the CLM faculty. So over to you, Oli.
Thank you, Pia. Good morning, everyone. I'm here to share with you how we are going to be of support to you as the CLM libraries. Next slide, please. Thank you. As I've been introduced by Pia, I'm the principal librarian. I'm responsible for the 3 faculty libraries, the Commerce Library, the Law Library, and the Management Library, which is on Management campus in Parktown. The Commerce Library supports the School of Accountancy, the School of Business Science, the School of Economics and Finance. The Law Library supports the School of Law, self-explanatory, as you can see on the picture, and the Management Library supports the Wits Business School and the School of the Wits School of Governance. Next slide, please. Okay, these are your librarians, and they are going to take this journey with you. Lindelani is responsible for the Commerce Library. He's the deputy. We have just appointed the manager for this library. I think he's going to join us around April. Maggie is responsible for the Law Library, and Khumuto is responsible for the Management Library. So these librarians will help you with the information queries and training sessions. How are you going to access your libraries? You can access your libraries via the university website or via the library website. It's a question of adding the /library to the university URL or via your LibGuides. You will know more about the LibGuides when you attend our postgraduate training sessions. Next slide, please. These are your library hours. As you can see, during the week from Monday to Thursday, we close at 11 p.m. Then on Fridays, we close at 5. Then we are also open on weekends and including Sunday. But December, January, because it's a break, we adjust our hours and open from Monday to Friday, only from 8 to 5. But all these hours are available on our library homepage and the LibGuides. You are going to use the eLibrary tools to access e-resources, your journals, your ebooks. We have the library discovery tool on the library homepage. You will see that box. This tool is to access print materials and digital content. And then if you want to go straight to the books, the print books, the ebooks, the electronic journals, and only print books actually from the EVES catalog and the research reports, that is the electronic thesis and dissertations, then you use the EVES catalog. We also have the eJournal portal platform to access, it will give you access to all the electronic journals that we subscribe to. So if you use this portal, it searches against all our databases. We also have a LibKey suite. On the library homepage, you will see DOI lookup and browse in. You know, when you use the eJournal portal, it takes you from one page to another. But if you know the DOI of an article, it's a question of copying and pasting the DOI in the search box, and the browsing feature allows you to search by subject and to also set up your alerts. We are also going to take you through your LibGuides and demonstrate what you can benefit from the LibGuides. Actually, they are a gateway to your resources, information resources, only for you as the CLM postgraduate students, but we also have subject guides. So all these tools will be your best friend forever while you are here at Wits. Next slide, please. Okay, how are we going to support you? First and foremost, we have 11 libraries. So you'll be able to access all of them as long as you have a student card. We also organize training sessions on how to use all these e-tools that I've mentioned earlier on, including the ones that are listed here, like multidisciplinary databases, and including your core databases and how to use reference managers like Zotero, for instance, WBS uses EndNote. Also, it's important for me to also mention ebooks downloading, because some of the ebooks are governed by publisher permissions, but we will discuss this during our training sessions. And it's also important that you create e-profiles, especially your ORCID ID. You must have also the Google Scholar and the Scopus profiles. So all of these profiles, they have to be linked to ORCID, but we'll share more knowledge about this in detail during our trainings. We also organize webinars via our vendors, but notifications are done by the Wits University Research Office. Please be on the lookout for these invites. And during the course of the year, we also organize webinars or training sessions by vendors from IRIS or BankFocus as listed here. These are highly specialized databases. They need experts. So as librarians, we don't train on this, but we do organize. Coming to trials, we also receive trials of databases that are suggested either by the postgraduate students or the academics. So we will be sending them to you so that you can be able to go through them and give us feedback. There's also a course space at the Cullen Library, which is called the Research Commons, to collaborate and connect with the fellow students. I know that you do have syndicate rooms that you use, but if you find yourselves on East Campus and you also maybe forgot your laptop, please use this space. Next slide, please. Okay. I've included here the reserve collection. We have more than one collections. But this one is important. I must mention it because it gets problematic to part-time students, because this is a collection of books that are in high demand and are borrowed only for a very short period. The Commerce Library and the Management Library have 3 days. They have 3 days loan, and the Law Library have an overnight collection, which are books that you have to book and take them out the next day. I see some questions. I'm not sure if there are pressing questions before I go on.
Jolie, I think the question about library training and when it takes place might be one that you're answering.
What is the question?
When does library training take place?
Okay, I was going to come there, but let me answer this one. Library trainings are organized by the schools. Okay, we liaise with the program managers and the course coordinators. Some lecturers also organize library trainings. Having said that, we do have the postgraduate workshop that we have twice a year as the library. Is organized by the postgraduate research office. We are going to have the first one in the first week of May. The second one is coming in first week of August. Otherwise, if, for instance, you have not attended any trainings as yet, please speak to your respective librarians. Can I move on? Or is there any other question?
Thanks, Julia. I think you can move on.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, we also have a library and interlibrary loans service. is for requesting items that are not available at VETS. No library is self-sufficient. As much as we are well-resourced, we might there might be books or articles that we don't subscribe to. Then feel free to use the interlibrary loans link that is on your LibGuide or the library homepage. But we'll get into this when we do our training. We don't have the interlibrary interbranch loan service. If you borrow, this is for security reasons. Anything can happen in transit. So we urge you to return books to the home library. So if you borrow a book from the Commerce Library, please don't take it to the management library. Bring it back to the Commerce Library. The loan periods are available on the library homepage and the LibGuides. They are according to membership categories. We also issue out letters of introduction. They're available on request. These are for when you want to visit another South African university library. So if you are not in good standing with the library, you might experience challenges if you want an introductory letter. An example, if you have books that are long overdue, we won't be able to trust you because you will borrow books from another library and will be liable as the library. We also have an Ask a Librarian service. It's a centralized service for information queries. The turnaround time is 24 hours. Feel free to also direct your queries to your respective librarians, but it's a question of preference, which one you want to use. So I've touched on the postgraduate workshop that is organized twice a year. I've also included here your LibGuide. It's a very important LibGuide for the Commerce, Law and Management postgraduate students. All the resources pertaining to postgraduate students are embedded in this LibGuide, including the library research support. We have a tab within this LibGuide, the library's research support LibGuide that Bongi showed you yesterday. Okay, this is a must-have. The library pin and the student card. After this session, I advise that you immediately create a library pin. Why? Because it's essential for remote access. Okay?
Yes, Bongi is correct. I haven't received anything also from Mike, but he did acknowledge and he promised to get back.
Can we just ask that everyone please mute their mics? We can hear someone speaking. Thank you.
Thank you, Pia. I was saying that the library pin is essential to access library resources when you are off campus. It will also allow you to renew library materials when you are still busy with them, and to also place hold on borrowed materials. Please use this one. Place hold so that you block the next user from keeping a book for a long time. You'll be able to view all your library transactions. As I've mentioned, you'll be able to download electronic journal articles or journals and electronic books off campus. So basically, the library pin is required to verify your status as an authenticated user of its user. So the student card, if you don't have a student card, you won't be able to use our libraries. You won't be able to gain access to our libraries. You won't be able to borrow our print materials, and you won't be able to do your photocopying and printing. So in other words, a student card is part of your clothing. Please bring it to the university every day. Next slide, please. Okay. We also have My Library app. It comes handy because you download it via Play Store or Apple Store on your smartphone. So wherever you are, you will have your catalog. If you want to renew books, you want to place holds, if you want to just check our collections, it will come handy. You don't have to carry a laptop around. Next slide, please. Okay, these are our equipment. I've touched on the photocopiers and the printers. What is important is that you have to load money onto your student card using a Kudu Bucks machine so that you can be able to pay for your photocopying and printing. You can print from your laptop, from your cell phone, from your PC, from your laptop, and from the PCs that are available in the library. And we also have a Zeta scanner. By the way, scanning is free, it's a free service. And a Zeta scanner is a sophisticated, user-friendly machine. If for some reason you want to make copies of a chapter from a book, don't use a photocopier because it's strenuous to use a photocopier. Use a Zeta scanner because it's going to allow you, as you can see, it's big. You can just open your book and put it there. It allows you to scan to your email and also to scan to your USB. If the file is too large, I suggest that you scan to your USB. Then later on, you save your chapter in your laptop or whatever machine. And the Zeta scanner is available at the Law Library when you are on management campus or when you are in Parktown. Use the education library because the management library doesn't have it as yet. Okay, we also have computers in the library if you want to use them for some reason. We also have a self-checkout machine to avoid long queues. If you want to borrow a book, you don't have to go to the front desk. You can use this machine to help yourself. Next slide, please. Okay. These are our facilities as CLM libraries, and most of them are in the Commerce Library. We have a well-equipped electronic classrooms that we use for face-to-face interactions, trainings, or workshops. Well, all our libraries have Wi-Fi access. We also have a 24-hour reading room in the Commerce Library, which is a walk-in, walk-out facility. We also have discussion rooms. If for some reason, I know that most postgraduate students have syndicate rooms in their campuses, but if for some reason you need a discussion room, it's available. Our discussion rooms have white boards as well as smart boards, the cap boards. The Law Library Postgraduate Research Support space is in the pipeline. Next slide, please. Okay, this is our last slide. These are our contact details. Feel free to contact us anytime you have a query, anytime you have an inquiry. All the best with your studies. How do you create a peer? Do I wait for the questions at the end of all the sessions, or do I attend to this question now?
Dolly, I think let's wait until question time because we are a little behind time. So thanks very much. If you can just be available in question time, that would be great. Thanks so much, Dolly. You've told me about resources that even I didn't know about. So thanks for sharing all that information about the wonderful library resources that are available. Now we move on to faculty writing support, which is what Marika and I are going to tell you about. Marika, can you see my camera? Because I can't see myself.
I can see you, Pia.
Oh, okay, good. It's quite odd that I can't, but that's fine. Just to start off, we'd like to tell you that CLM is in fact the only library, Wits Library, that has a unit dedicated to postgraduate writing support. I think it's also the only unit of its kind at universities in this country, but I stand to be corrected. But anyway, I think from our perspective, it's testament to the importance that CLM places on writing as a tool for learning and for knowledge making. So next slide, please. Thanks. The Postgraduate Writing Unit falls within the Faculty's Teaching and Learning Centre, which is housed in the new CLM Administration Building on West Campus. For those of you who know West Campus, or even if you don't know, if you're ever looking for us, look for the Tower of Light, and our wonderful modern building is right next to that. We answer directly to the Assistant Dean of Teaching and Learning, Donnie de Klerk, who's very sorry that he isn't here today to meet you. So we are a very small unit. You can see they're just the two of us. Marika will talk to you very shortly. Both of us have backgrounds in teaching academic literacy. So we have specialist knowledge about the linguistic resources that students need to communicate their knowledge and their research. Next slide, please. So there are approximately 500 postgraduates doing research only in CLM. That is the full research masters and PhD candidates. Up to now, our main focus has been on supporting research students to conceptualize and write their research. But this year, we're extending support to masters by coursework and honors students as well. In all our work, the main drive is to foster scholarly community and peer interaction, as we know how important it is for academic success. So I was quite pleased to see that Kutso was asking about whether WhatsApp is used for students to connect and to help each other. And here I must just say, Kutso and anyone else who's wondering, that it may be that in your particular school or program, WhatsApp groups may be set up. But of course, it's really important to have agency. In other words, to also just make things happen for yourself. And that's what we found with most of the WhatsApp groups that we know about. They've actually been started by students who've met in a particular class or a writing retreat. So I think that is really, what you can see on the slide is what I wanted to say. In all our work, the main drive is to foster scholarly community. So we place great emphasis on that. Next slide, please. So we run 5 CLM writing retreats per year, generally. These retreats are free and they're open to all full research students in the faculty. The retreats are 3-day events focused on achieving a very specific writing goal set before the start of the retreat. Participants work on a chapter of their dissertation or thesis or an article for publication. The days are a mix of independent writing sessions, plenary sessions where we come together and talk about our research, and also writing consultations for those people who want them. While most of the retreats, now that we are post-COVID, take place on campus and are fully catered daytime events, some of the retreats may take place online, and that is generally on MS Teams. So invitations to apply for a place at the retreats are usually sent out via email to student addresses 6 to 7 weeks before each retreat. The picture on the screen was taken at a writing retreat in 2021. We are standing outside our venue, which is the beautiful CLM Postgraduate Centre, which is on West Campus, also very close to the School of Law and the Tower of Light. The quotes from participants are what they had to say about what they most liked about attending a writing retreat. And moving on, Marika. Thanks. And a new initiative this year is our Research Fridays, when we invite all master's students and PhD candidates to come together to work on their research. These take place also in the CLM Postgraduate Center, with the first one taking place next Friday. So we hope to see some of you there. And now over to you, Marika. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Pia. I really appreciate it. So there are a lot of other support structures also available. So just quickly, we have our Ulwazi site. So as you can see on the screen, it says CLM PG Writing Resources for 2023. This site was originally started for research students, so research masters and research PhD students. And we are slowly but surely building it out. Like Pia mentioned, we're unfortunately only 2, so doing things is at an incremental pace. So this year, the Ulwazi site will also be available to research masters by coursework students, and we hope in future to make it available to even more students. So what we also have available this year is what we call the Research Writing Academy. So this academy is just a few workshops that we do for writing. So this is specifically aimed at a research masters by coursework students, but we are happy to have anyone there. So you can see on the screen the sessions that are available, and this poster I'll pop it into the chat later today during the break, but it will also be distributed to you to your VETS email addresses. So please have a look at your student address and keep active there. Then for honors and postgraduate diploma students, so honors also something new for us this year. We're going to do some workshops with you. We don't have dates for you because we're organizing it with each of the schools. So the schools will pick a date that best suits each of your programs. So I can't give you a date yet, but we will hopefully see you in those workshops. And there's also a lot of in-school support for you guys. So please, you can, in the school session today or any other time, please reach out and hear what is available to you. The same with the postgraduate diploma students. There is a lot of things available at the university. Prof. Bana also mentioned it earlier today. So find out what is available in school and in program, but also there are various other support structures available, like the WITS Writing Center, that can help you with structuring argument, etc., within your assignment. So please do make use of them. Then, success factors. This is the last thing I want to chat about today. So up to this point, we've talked about the writing support structures available. So now I would like us to just take a few minutes to talk about some important topics that will help you succeed during your postgraduate studies. First and foremost, I want to emphasize the importance of curiosity. Being curious is what led you here today, and it will be the driving force that propels you through your studies. Be curious about the topics you're studying, the research you're conducting, and the people you'll meet along the way. Curiosity is really the driving force that will help you discover new things, ask questions, and push beyond the boundaries of what you already know. So along with curiosity, it's crucial, of course, to be motivated. Pursuing a postgraduate degree is not easy, but if you stay motivated, you can achieve great things. So set goals, make plans, and keep your eye on the prize. Remember why you started this journey and let that motivation drive you forward. Also, you won't be on this journey alone. Community, as you'll see on the screen, I put some rubber duckies on there. Community is key to your success as a graduate student. Your peers and colleagues will be your support system and soundboard, and they will help you grow and learn as you navigate this new territory. Take advantage of the opportunities to connect with other students and build a network that will support you through your studies, and we hope beyond that as well. Community, unfortunately, won't get you through this entirely on their own. So it is important to have some grit in tough times. Grit is essential for success, particularly in academia. Perseverance in the face of challenges, setbacks, and failures is what sets successful students apart. This mental toughness will allow you to continue moving forward, even when the journey becomes difficult. Then passion. Passion is a fundamental ingredient for success. Being passionate about your research and your field of study will give you the drive to succeed. If you are passionate about your work, you will enjoy the process of learning and discovery, which of course will make the journey much more fulfilling. The sixth aspect I'd like to bring to your attention is the importance of asking for help. No one knows everything, and it is okay to ask for help. Whether it's from your peers or mentors, advisors, lecturers, or supervisors, seeking help is a sign of strength and a willingness to learn. And we would like all our graduates to have that in their arsenal. So almost the last thing, I have a few more things to say. Having a constructive space for learning is really essential. It's important to have a positive and constructive environment that fosters growth and learning. This can translate to a physical space, thus having a place to sit, study, learn, and grow. But it's also about surrounding yourself with people who are supportive and encouraging to help you remain motivated and engaged in your work. Finally, I want to talk about the importance of writing. It would be strange if I don't say anything about that, since Pia and I are in the postgraduate writing unit. So writing is a thinking and learning tool. Sorry, my phone is ringing. Let me just turn that off. Okay, sorry about that. So writing is a thinking and learning tool that allows you to clarify your thoughts and ideas. It's important to write regularly, whether it's just taking notes or summarizing research papers or working on your research report, thesis, or dissertation. Writing will help you to organize your thoughts and communicate your ideas more effectively and identify gaps in your knowledge. So, just looking at the board there, in conclusion, the journey ahead can be challenging, but it's also an incredibly exciting and rewarding experience. So by remaining curious, motivated, and passionate, asking for help, building constructive spaces, and using writing as a thinking and learning tool, you can achieve your goals and become a successful postgraduate student. Also remember that you are not alone and your community is here to support you. So that is it from me, and I'm going to just stop there, but put a pin in it because we have two very successful postgraduate students who are joining us today, and they will elaborate on many of these aspects that I have mentioned now. So just to then close off this specific presentation. So please feel free to reach out to us, and on the screen you will see both Pia and my email addresses. And yeah, we hope to interact with you a lot more during this year, but we do wish you the best of luck. And yeah, that's it from me for now. Thank you.
Thanks, Marika. So, as Marika has mentioned, next on the program are two of the postgraduates that we've met. We've enjoyed meeting, and the first of these is Dr. Sylvester Horvey. I met Sylvester about 2 years ago in a writing retreat that we run that we ran. And I think we saw him at a few writing retreats. And so we've invited him to speak to you first today. He has about 7 minutes before we move on. So Sylvester, I see you are in the room. Thank you very much, and over to you.
Hello, everyone. Congratulations once again on your admission to Wits University. My name is Sylvester Senhove. I completed my PhD last year in December, so I'm still a baby doctor. And my assignment this morning is very simple and short, just to share my experience with you. Next slide, please. So this is just a little profile about myself, my family, where I come from, and also my past education. So my PhD was actually on risk management. That was my specialization. And I managed to submit my thesis within 2 years of my study. And also by the end of 2022, so I started in 2020, and December 2022, I managed to graduate. Next slide, please. So my research was basically about enterprise risk management, which is a holistic approach of managing risk within an organization. So the main objective was to look at how it influenced the performance and risk-taking behavior of insurance companies in Ghana and South Africa, and also to look at how enterprise risk management interact with corporate governance in enhancing the performance of companies. And during my PhD, I managed to get 2 published papers, and I currently have 5 papers under review, and I'm hoping to submit 3 more by the end of this month. I also managed to attend 4 international conferences, which was very, very important to share my knowledge and also learn from other people as well. And I also served as a research assistant at Wits Business School. I was also an ARP member and also a PhD student rep. And during that moment, I won 2 major awards, one during the Wits PhD seminar in August 2021, and also the 3rd prize during the Center of African Philanthropy and Social Investment conference, which had representatives from countries all over Africa. But was my PhD all about this? Was it all about success? No, there is the other side of it. There were challenges, there were hurdles that I had to overcome. And what were some of the challenges that I had to go through? First of all, my PhD was not fully funded. And we all know how difficult it is when you are studying and you don't have sufficient funds to take care of all your needs. But that did not deter me. I decided to, aside my PhD, to do other part-time jobs just to get enough financial resources to take care of all my daily needs. And another major challenge that I counted was also about COVID-19. And I believe we all have our own story when it comes to COVID. Yeah, and what actually happened was that just some few days into my PhD, there was COVID and then total lockdown all over the country. And I was still new in South Africa, so I didn't know my way out, how to survive. I didn't know anybody in this country. It was actually a depressing and a lonely moment, and that can actually have a toll on you if you don't know what to do. But I encouraged myself and decided to use that private moment to do something significant. And I must say that at the end of 2020, I managed to get my proposal through and also to come out with 2 exciting papers. And what were some of the things that actually helped me to achieve some of these things? The first was actually my motivation. And I want to ask you, why are you doing your PhD? Why that master's program? Why that honors program? Is it because you are getting bored? Is it because of the title? Is it just an opportunity that came your way and you just decided to grab it? Or you are someone who finds interest in research and want to actually contribute to the society? Personally, that was my interest. I love research and have always desired to be in an environment that is research focused and academically oriented. And I believe that having a PhD was actually one of the pathways to help me get to that place in order to become socially relevant. And I want to say this to let you know that your motivation is very, very important. If you have the right motivation, regardless of what comes your way, you will be able to overcome it. And what are some of the things that I also want to share with you is also, next slide, please, is also in order to succeed, you also need to set timelines. So I started in 2020, as I said earlier, and after my first meeting with my supervisor, he advised me to have a plan as to how I want to go about my PhD. And this is actually what I gave to him. So by the end of the year, when I wanted to get through with my proposal and also to collect my data, and year 2 to get through with my papers, and year 3 to finally submit and also to graduate. Though I couldn't follow all of these systematically, but I managed to get the overall objective, which was to graduate at the end of my 3rd year. And I am saying this to let you know that it is possible, because when I started, there were a lot of people over here who have been around for like 6 years, 5 years, 7 years, who were still doing their PhD. And sometimes when you interact with some of these people, they tell you how impossible it is going to be, how difficult it is going to be. But I encourage myself and said to myself that we are all on different pathways. And if I am able to build resilience and have a strong determination, I will be able to get through it. And God being so good, I managed to get my PhD within 3 years. And I know you can also do the same if you develop that discipline and have specific timelines to guide you. Next slide, please. Yeah, and the other thing I also want to talk about is also your relationship with your supervisor. So as researchers, it is always very important to get to know your supervisor, know his writing style, know his interest, know his level of argument and the kind of journals he always want to get his papers published. This is very important to guide you as to how to go about your things. And also have a good rapport with your supervisor, because they are going to assist you. But the other thing I want you to know is that your supervisor is not your parent. He's not going to call you every day to check up on you. Have you eaten? Have you read this paper? Have you brushed your teeth? Have you done this? No, they have other responsibilities. They have family, they are teaching, they are supervising other students and have other so many tasks on their table as well. And so as a researcher, it is your responsibility to always get in touch with them, give them constant update, let them know that you are actually alive and you are expecting to hear from them regarding anything that you are doing. Otherwise, there will be a time where it will be very difficult to continue with that relationship because you might have broken it along the way. And the other thing I want to also say, next slide, is also to be very open-minded. Aside your supervisor, there are other experts in your field that you can reach out to. And from experience, I remember during my PhD, there was this analysis that I was trying to do. I tried all the estimations that I knew and it wasn't working. Then going into the literature, I realized it was a major challenge. So all those who were publishing papers using that technique were not actually bringing that results because they were not finding answers to it. But I realized it was actually one of the hurdles that I had to overcome. So what did I do? I tried to write emails to some of the professors in the US, and God being so good, some of them actually responded to me. They even asked for my data. They also tried it on their system, got the results, and then sent me the codes so I could also replicate it for the other things that I had to do. And this is how to learn. So please don't be myopic with your research, but try to contact others, reach out to people who you think can help you, interact with them, share your ideas and ask them questions. And at the end of the day, you will get to know a lot of things. And don't only focus on your research, try to also collaborate with other people. It is actually one of the ways of learning and equipping yourself for the task ahead. And also make good use of the resources available. I believe our presenters have actually touched on some of the resources available, the library, the database, the writing retreat, which was indeed a great blessing to me when I was doing my PhD. And I will encourage each and every one of you to seize that opportunity when you receive emails from Marik and Dr. Pia, and I trust you are going to love it. Next, please. Yeah, and finally, I also want to say that PhD is actually a lonely journey. You will be in this alone, and sometimes you feel like giving up because of the challenges that you are going to face. It's not a fantasy. There are actually roller coasters along the way. But I also want to give you this advice that, when those moments come, please do well to take intermittent breaks. If you feel like traveling, do so. If you have anything that helps you or makes you inspired, please do so. Sometimes you need to talk to your colleagues to, know how to overcome some of the challenges that you actually go through. And as humans, sometimes our body actually gets weak. And that is why it is always important for us to go for medical checkup to know whether we are in the right state of mind. Our body is actually good to proceed with whatever that we need to do. And if you are a believer, I would always encourage you to pray. And I know that you would have the grace to sail through. So to conclude, I just want to share some of these inspiring words, but just to say the last one, which says that you have not come this far to come this far. Yes, there are hurdles, but you have not come this far to give up. You have not come this far to quit, but you have come this far to make it and to inspire others that you are indeed an overcomer and we can always make it regardless of what comes our way. Thank you so much, and I wish you the best.
Thanks so much, Sylvester. And I'm sure you'll all agree, Sylvester is inspiring. He's an example of passion and grit. Thanks for sharing your journey with us. And now I would like to invite another newly graduated doctor, Dr. Vivian Antifon, who I hope is in the room, to tell us about her journey. We met Vivian at the end of last year, where we were involved in a Celebrate Your Success seminar in the School of Law. Postgrads in the school had been invited to present their research, and Vivian presented her research and actually won the first prize. So over to you, Vivian.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pia. Can you hear me properly?
Yes, we can hear you and we can see you. Thanks.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. As Dr. Pia has said, I am Vivian Antifon. I finished my PhD in law the PhD degree, apparently because of my surname and my association, my affiliation with the Faculty of Commerce, Law and Management. I joined Wits University in 2018 as a PhD student, and I finished my short proposal by the end of 2018. And then by 2019, the first part of 2019, I defended that proposal before the panel that our earlier speakers mentioned, and I was cleared without any corrections whatsoever. But my journey to that point was not so smooth. I went back and forth with my supervisor. I had the typical experience of getting your feedback with the red lines, telling you what you've not done properly. And I had the frustrations that a new PhD candidate who is eager to impress and show that you actually have a right of place and that you've earned the opportunity to be at Wits. I was eager to do that. And I went through the motions, and I had to lean back on my support group, like Dr. Sylvester said. We all need that. So I'm not going to regurgitate what my colleagues and other speakers have already said. There's no need for that. I'm just going to tell you what I have learned from my own journey, and which you should also, I would encourage you to also incorporate into your own journey. When I came in here, of course, like I said, I was eager to have a good experience. And in some of my orientations and even interacting with older PhD candidates, I was told that PhD journey is challenging. The PhD journey is going to test you. The PhD journey can be a lonely one. And it was at that point I made up my mind that that's not going to be my story. And I'm going to take another path. And I'm going to try to do something different. And I'm going to see where that leads me. You can see from my poster, so to say, I said start. And I have put a food cart there because that's the most important thing. You need to start, and just start, whatever that means. Because I would be lying to you if I tell you that at the initial stages, I had it all figured out. I did not have it all figured out. I had to go out, I had to lean into all the resources that were there. And that would sometimes mean I went for the ethics trainings that were provided by the university, even though I knew I was doing a research that had absolutely nothing to do with ethics or required ethics clearance, but I wanted to gain the knowledge. I went for trainings, even in the faculty and outside the Faculty of Commerce, Law and Management, and I learned from all those interactions. My PhD, by the way, I'm involved in the climate change and energy trade space. So my thesis actually looked at the legal harmonization of the subjects in terms of the Paris Agreement and climate change. I also participated in symposiums, and one of my first outings was the the cross-faculty postgraduate symposium, where I came first place in the oral category. I led the Faculty of Commerce, Law and Management 2018 to first place, and then third place across the university. I remember barging into my supervisor's office with my prize to say, this is what had happened. And my supervisor was surprised. And that was when I proved to him that I was not just here and I wasn't going to be a regular PhD candidate. Because of putting myself out there and enjoying everything that Wits had to offer, that was my way of getting my motivation to stay put in my PhD journey. I also utilized the emotional and psychosocial support at the CCDU. People say that, oh, the services there are for undergraduates. And I said, well, if the email got to me inviting me to attend, then it means there has to be something there for me. And I went there and I learned about mindfulness. I learned about emotional and situational awareness. I learned about mental health and how to pay attention to these things. And these things are absolutely important because they impact how you succeed and your overall experience as a Wits postgraduate. And I will encourage you to do the same because it worked for me. And in the process of putting myself out there, I also learned the culture of PhD research beyond the confines of law, beyond the confines of commerce, law, and management. Wits has always prided itself as a global university. You cannot position yourself in that global character by tying yourself into a cocoon of either your school or even your faculty. Go out, go to the sciences, go to humanities, go out. That's what I did. In 2019, when I had passed my short proposal and I was now approved and registered formally as a full doctoral candidate, the opportunity to join the Postgraduate Association presented itself. I spoke to my supervisor and he said, why not? Your research is progressing well. I applied, I contested, and I joined the Postgraduate Association. Not only did I join the Postgraduate Association as a PhD candidate, I was the first transformation officer of the Postgraduate Association in Wits University. I did this while doing my PhD study. I went on to sit on the naming committee of the university and to interact with university management at that level. And I even presented a proposal which was incorporated in the preparations for the centenary campaign that was celebrated last year. So I did all of these, and these are connections that continue to serve me beyond my PhD program till today. And I want to encourage you to do the same. So just start your program from my chart. Take care of yourself, put your house in order, protect your data, get out there, interact, get all the information you need. Do not forget your health. It's very important. I met a friend along the way who said, Vivian, I pay so much attention to my food because we need to feed the body that works. And take care of your health in every sense of it. Mentally, emotionally, physically, all of this is important. Everybody has challenges, family and otherwise. You must learn how to manage it. And there's no better way to give yourself the opportunity to manage it than by engaging with the resources that are in the university and outside the university. I've also gone on, like Dr. Pia has said, that was another opportunity to present myself and my research and share it and network. An opportunity came up sometime in 2019, to join the University of Bergen for a summer research program that's done in collaboration with the School of Law. At some point, my supervisor was going to have all his PhD students who are working on climate change compete for it. But at the last minute, he changed his mind and said, no, Vivian should go for it. And why he did that was because he said she's already shown herself as someone who is putting herself out there and is willing to network and do other things that attendance at a summer school of this nature would require. So why waste time and rather go with her instead? And that is an experience that still benefits me till today, all because I chose not to go with the norm of the lonely path of the PhD program and whatnot. I put myself out there, but I never lost sight of my PhD program. I took everything and all the resources in the university, the opportunity to showcase my research, to interact, take part in the social life of the university as an opportunity to help me be the best and get the best out of my PhD program. So I will encourage you to do the same. And when you do all of these, like my poster is saying, everything will add up to it. And when you walk up that stage in that red gown, you will be very happy and accomplished. That you're not just getting a PhD, but you're getting everything that comes with getting a PhD out of it. Thank you very much and all the best.
Thanks so much, Vivian. Thanks so much for sharing your journey. I must say, when you told me that last year in your final year of the PhD, you were also working at a law firm, I couldn't believe it. So you really are an example of how people can make the very best of their time if they're motivated. Thanks so much for being here today.
Thank you, Dr. Pia, for having me. Thank you.
It's a pleasure. Bye, Vivian.
Bye.
So now we move on to the last section of today before we break. And I'm sure you are ready for a break, but I think you also may be bursting with questions. So I'm going to hand over to Marika to manage the discussion. So over to you, Marika.
Thanks so much, Pia. So I'm just going to, I know a lot of the questions have been answered in the chat, but I'm going to just go through them again. And then if the relevant people would just, if they would like to elaborate a little bit more on the questions. And then, of course, if there are any other questions in the room, you're welcome to either put them in the chat or raise your hand, and then I'll give you the floor. So while you're thinking of your questions, let's just look at the ones that we already have. So there was a question about how and when do we get allocated supervisors? Now, I know this will be different from school to school, but Diksha, is there anything you would like to add on this further?
Thanks, Marika. Yes, you have to go and check with your particular school and the program you're in. Some schools have a system where they allocate supervisors to students. Others require students to sort of go and actively seek out supervisors. So the best place to go to would be the admin officers in the particular school that you're at. Tell them which program you're in, and they can give you more advice on that. It may also be a good idea to use the school-specific session to ask that question of your particular school. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Diksha. Okay, so there was also a question that I know Owen did answer, but what's the difference between a research report and a thesis or a dissertation? Anyone can answer this question. Pia, perhaps, do you have something from a writing perspective that you would like to highlight between what the difference is for a research report and a thesis or a dissertation? Pia, you're on mute still.
Thank you. So yes, just very briefly, I think what I want to say is that it's not just a matter of the difference in length between a research report, a dissertation, and a thesis. Although there are differences and the thesis is longer, the trend generally is in research is for people to try to keep their research more brief than it used to be in the past. But what is important is at PhD level, it's a matter of depth. So the study will focus on something very, very specific, and the emphasis is on going deeply into the subject. Whereas at master's level, that is not it's not to quite the same degree. But obviously we could talk for a long time about the differences between dissertations and theses and research reports. But I think for now, that's all I will say, unless somebody else wants to respond.
Yeah. So I'm just going to add to that, that's usually also linked to your year of study. So a research report is usually something that would happen maybe at honors or master's by coursework level, and then the thesis or dissertation would then happen at master's by research or then the PhD level. And then that links with what Pia mentioned about depth and so forth. I hope we've answered that question. Then there was a lot of library questions, so I'm going to bunch them all together. I know we've answered some of them during that session, but maybe just a little bit of elaboration for now. So one of the questions was about library training. When is it taking place? I know it was mentioned that it can be organized by the schools and it's at very specific time points, but is there anything further to share on this point?
Marika, I think I touched on the postgraduate workshop that we are going to have in May and in August. Yeah.
Okay.
If, for instance, the program managers and the course coordinators do not organize, students are free to approach us. Then we'll take it from there.
Okay, so even though there are options, set options available, if they need it, they can also come and request.
Yes.
That's fantastic, thank you. So how many times, this is a question that maybe I would like to know as well, how many times in a row can you take out a book?
Yes. I said it depends on the membership category. Wow, and there's so many of them for PhD students. I'm trying to think. For a PhD students, I think it's about a month. This one.
Don't worry.
It's the librarians who know them by heart. And
no, don't worry. But
no problem. I've got them. For PhD fantastic. Students, they're allowed to take out 15 books. What happened? For 30 days.
30 days, okay.
Yes.
Okay, that's good.
And they can renew 3 times.
How many?
They can renew 3 times.
3 times. So
yeah,
technically they can have it for 3 months. 4 months.
Yeah. so if that's why I encourage students to place holds. And if they are still busy with the, they want to use the book further, okay? They want an extension, but they have exceeded that period. They must bring back the books, okay, and request from the librarians or the library staff at the desk. Then they will check them in, then they can start the cycle again.
Fantastic, thanks so much.
So it's 30 days, okay? 15 books for 30 days, yes.
Fantastic. Then there were also questions about the library pin and the library app. Can you just provide a little bit of info? I know you touched on the library pin, but just a little bit of information again on that, and also how they can access the library app.
I know that students now want to use the library pin. They can go to the library homepage. They will see an icon, my account. They must open that account and follow the prompts, failing which they can drop us an email sent to their respective librarians for them to help them with creating a library pin. It's few steps, it's easy to do.
Fantastic. That's wonderful. And then lastly, the library app.
Okay. The steps, they can find them from the library homepage as well. We've got it, we even have a picture. It's a question of downloading using your Play Store, your Apple Store. Yeah. Okay, but we've got the steps on the library homepage. Okay. You know, from the LibGuides, we've got tutorials. We've got pre-recordings of how to do guides. Anything, how to search for ebooks, how to use eJournal portal and so forth. So meantime, if they want to, they can start there. But we are going to organize library trainings.
Fantastic. I'll just drop the link for the LibGuides in the chat during lunch or tea break, sorry. So that's that. Thank you so much, Xoliswa, for your input there. The resource book, I think, has been addressed to some extent. We'll check that the link is available. Then there was one more question. I think, Pia, I'll pull on you for this one, is about whether there's online support groups available for students.
Thanks, Marika. I think it really does depend on, we've got a very diverse group in the room, and it will depend on which program you're in, whether there is online support or whether there are communities online. I think many lecturers will create some kind of space where you can interact as a community, but it would be a good idea to ask this in your schools or of your specific program coordinator. As far as Masters by Research and PhD goes, because those of you who are doing Masters and PhD aren't in a class as such, I would recommend that you join a group, a social group, come to our Research Writing Fridays, come to a writing retreat, but also just reach out to other students, maybe through your supervisor, who supervises other students and can introduce you. I think it's really, really important to be able to connect with others and as soon as possible. And I think that's all for now. Thanks, Marika.
Thanks so much, Pia. I really appreciate it. So I have one hand in the room. So Mololekwa, you're very welcome to unmute and ask your question.
Thanks, and good morning to everybody. Thanks for the encouraging words from the postgraduate, the guys who graduated. The first question that I want to ask, let me just try and use someone. The first question that I would like to ask is with regard to ethical clearance. At what stage of the research proposal should you be applying and getting the ethical clearance? Do you do it after the proposal has been submitted and approved, or do you do it before? The second one, and also the processes, please, if you can just be informed as to how do we ensure that we follow the correct processes and approach the right people for obtaining that ethical clearance. The other one that I would like to ask is about language editing. Does the research proposal have to be language edited, and are there any facilities or recommended facilities or individuals who can assist with the language editing? Because I've heard that the form or the type of the proposal that you submit might create some conflict between the supervisor and the student when it is not in the right academic language or written correctly. And then the last one, which I wouldn't like to really try, but I'm just asking, maybe somebody else might need the answer to it. I heard that you can amend your research title. How many times can you do it, and what implications does it have to your study time? I think for now, those are the only questions that I have. Thank you.
Thanks so much for that. I'm going to invite Pia, Diksha, and I see Nazreen is also still in the call to help me answer these questions. So regarding the ethical clearance and the processes, Diksha, can you provide, and Pia, can you provide some input about kind of the stepwise process of it, which comes first, etc.?
Sure. Pia, would you mind if I go ahead? Mm-hmm. All right, so with the ethical clearance, this is a really good question. Excuse me. 1 second. Sorry about that. A frog sort of got caught there in my throat. So with ethical clearance, what you'll see is in that information guide that we've put together, we've outlined the basic process. It does depend on the level. So you'll find that with honors and masters, generally the ethical clearance process is run by the school. And you will have to check with the school of their particular process. What we encourage at the time of the proposal defense, the panel, one of the questions it looks at is, does this research require ethical clearance? So they would then, so when you're at panel, you defend, they would then say, you know, this is something that's going to require ethical clearance. So once you've defended successfully, then the next step would be to apply for the ethical clearance. It's also important to know that you cannot undertake any of the research that requires ethical clearance without first having obtained that ethical clearance. Each of the programs should have detailed information on the process. So with honors and masters, it's generally governed by the school. PhD has to go to the University Ethical Clearance Committee. Again, here, it's good to be proactive. Talk to your supervisor about it upfront. Get guidance from the supervisor. So, okay, is this research going to require ethical clearance? So that you know that, okay, this is a process I'm going to... Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, so that's what you do. On the ethical clearance side of things, the language editing I'm going to leave to Pia. There's a policy on language editing and, you know, what are you're allowed to do, what you're not allowed to do. And then finally, on amending titles, you are allowed to amend your title after proposal defense, but it requires a motivation from your supervisor. It's supported by the school. It's then brought to the Graduate Studies Committee, and the Graduate Studies Committee will either approve or decline. So there's a process to be followed. There's no guarantee that the title can be changed. But, you know, if the reasoning is solid and we can see why, then yes, there is room to amend titles. We will, however, discourage you from amending the title too many times. So at proposal stage, you need to be really sure, and this is another thing that the panel looks at. It looks at your title and it will give you feedback. If it's not too happy with your title, it will give you feedback on how to narrow it or clarify a little bit more. And then that would be the title that would be submitted for approval. Down the line, if things change, scope of your research adjusts a little bit, then there is a process for amending of titles. Thanks so much.
Deeksha. Sorry, everyone, you probably heard the alarm that was going off. It has just stopped going off. It's just started again. Deeksha, can I hand over to you to talk about the editing, please?
Sure. So when it comes to language editing, part of your journey as a postgraduate student is learning how to write academically. And which is why we have the writing center there, and we have Pia and Marika to provide support for students to sort of get the basics down. That said, students are allowed to use language editors. There is a policy on language editing because there's a line between what constitutes language editing and what then constitutes someone writing for you. So whilst language editing is permissible, someone writing for you or formulating your ideas for you is not allowed. I'm going to ask Owen and Nazreen if they can please put that policy up on the PG website so that students can access it and see what's allowed and what's not allowed. With language editing, please know that it is also extremely expensive. So you will have to budget for that if you want the assistance of a language editor. If your writing is solid and, if you go to the writing center, whether in your school, there's certain writing support programs there or at the faculty, and they say to you, this writing is okay, your supervisor says it's okay, then that will suffice. But just be very, very clear, firstly, that what you want to do is editing and not someone writing or conceptualizing your ideas for you. And secondly, in choosing an editor, please do speak to your supervisors. You can also reach out to the Writing Center who can guide you as to who's a good good organization or person to approach. I also have to be very clear that the writing centers at the university level, faculty level, and school level do not offer editing services. What they do is try and support students to improve their writing skills, academic writing skills, generally, and there are lots of programs and workshops and writing retreats that can assist with that. Thank you.
Thanks, Diksha. Yes, just to add from my side, you're at the start of your postgraduate journeys, and I strongly encourage you to find ways. We know, by the way, that you can all write, because you wouldn't have got to this point if you can't. But we can all write better. Marika and I still strive to be better writers and still struggle over writing and seek help when we need it, or at least a friendly, critical reader. But I'm strongly encouraging you all to work on your writing from the start. You know, it's not just for your success in your studies. It actually is a life skill to be an effective communicator in writing as well as speech. So back to you, Marika.
Thanks so much. So before I take these two questions, I just want to say we are very aware that we are in the break time. So if you are, if you feel happy, you want to quickly go grab a cup of coffee or tea or stretch your legs, please feel free to move out at this point. And just be back at 11:25 if you can, please, because then at 11:30 we'll open the breakout rooms for you to go to your school-specific sessions. Okay, so I just wanted to do that bit of admin. So let's go to the next question. Makazoma, please come. You can please unmute and ask your question.
Hi, good day, everyone. I have two short questions, one relating to the minimum and maximum period of study, the N+2. Does the N refer only to the registered years or even the unregistered years? So for instance, if the N is supposed to be 2, and then I do the first year and deregister for 3 years and come back, does it, yeah. And then the second question is it possible for one to change between full-time, part-time, and vice versa? Thanks.
Thanks so much for those questions. I think, Diksha, again, you are well positioned to answer these.
Thanks, Marika. Okay, so your questions are really good questions. The moment you register for the first time, the clock starts running. You cannot stop the clock. So by not registering. So you can't, for example, have done a year and then 3 years you're not there. If you disappear like that, you're basically excluded. And then you have to appeal to come back. And we will look at the shelf life generally of a credit is 4 years. And so that's the one thing. So if you had done something, say, in 2018, and you're looking to come back this year, then unfortunately you can't. You will have to actually start the program from the beginning, start afresh. The other thing is the N+2. Generally, you can, we only grant appeals where students exceed N+2 in extremely exceptional circumstances. It's incredibly important that from the first time you register, you are mindful of the clock and you finish within the N+2 period. The second question, Marika, if you can please remind me again, sorry.
The second question was changing between part-time and full-time registration.
Yes, there is room for that. Often students underestimate the amount of work that's involved and think that you can manage your work, your home responsibilities, and a full-time. I would strongly encourage you, if you are working full-time, to actually do part-time studies. There is flexibility. You can change, but again, you've got to do it before you hit N+2. You can't, after you hit N+2, say, well, oh, now I want to change to part-time, because the clock has now run out. So it's very important that we are honest with ourselves in terms of what is it that we can manage, and then to plan your studies accordingly. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Diksha. Walelekwa, you can unmute and ask your question.
Thank you. And thanks for allowing me to connect again. Where can I check if my proposed research title has already been done? I think the question is for the library unit or any other person who can answer it, so that I don't continue with my research proposal thinking I'm the only one or like the first one who has done this research title. Is there any platform where I can just type it in on the library, my library, or anywhere else to check if anybody anywhere else has done this research proposal? Thank you.
Thanks so much for the question. Pia, Diksha, I know there is the Wired space where you can check PhDs that have been completed at the university, where you can access other people's work. So there you can check whether that has been done, but that doesn't cover, of course, studies in progress. Is there other advice that you would give on how to check whether the research is still novel and new?
And Marika, I think it's also full research masters are also available from the library online, or they should be, although we know that there's a bit of a lag in terms of uploading completed studies. So that can be a slight problem, and I'm sort of now turning to Diksha as the person who can answer all questions.
Thanks, Pia. Okay, so when it comes to the research topic, I think, yes, you can look at the Wired space. You can also look at other universities, but it's also got to do with the depth of your research. So when you are looking at a particular topic, an essential part of postgrad studies and research is going and mining. So it may not necessarily be a thesis or a research report. It could be an article that's been written. So you've got to look far and wide when you start, with your, and this is where the library becomes very important, particularly the e-library. And you can seek guidance from your supervisor as well. So your supervisor could say to you, this topic's been done to death. I will say that if you're at honors and master's level, then because the requirement of originality is not absolutely essential, that you can still write on topics that have been written about. The key is, what is your analysis of it? And have you done the research properly? Have you shown that there are these different takes on it, there are different schools of thought, whatever the case may be? But as you progress higher, so if you're getting into the master's by dissertation or the PhD, it then becomes more important to consider the issue of originality and making a contribution in that way. So there's not a shortcut or database that's there that's going to tell you, is my topic covered? It's basically got to do with your research and the level of research you do to work out, is this a topic or not? So you may find that, there are writings, and in fact, in most cases, like, you would want there to be writings in the area you're covering. But then it's about looking at it and seeing where's the gap. And that's where things like the literature review become so important, where you're looking at all the literatures out there, and then you're saying, the gap is here, and this is where I want to focus and where I can make a contribution, etc. So, yeah, and this is also one of the things where, like, unlike undergrad, with postgrad, one of the big challenges is actually just coming up with a topic. I've had students come to me and say, just give me a topic, please. But that is a crucial part of the journey, familiarizing yourself with the material, working out where the gaps are, and then figuring out your topic there. It's also why when it comes to the research, don't underestimate the amount of time and effort it takes. Off the starting blocks, you should be thinking about it, thinking about what you want to do. If it's due only end of next year, you really need to start thinking now. What is it? Narrow down area. Once you've narrowed down area, okay, I'm very interested in this particular section of it. Then you narrow it down further to say, what is my particular research question? Yeah, thanks.
Thanks so much, Diksha. I really appreciate it. Then, Wit staff number, you are welcome to unmute and ask your question or contribute.
Okay, is that me?
Yes, it's you.
Oh yeah, I just want to add to what Diksha is saying, because the student is asking, at what point do you think you're making a contribution? One of the simplest way is just go type your thinking on Google Scholar, because you might think I'm coming up with this fantastic research and you'll be surprised somebody has worked on it. For example, I had thought about whether the first child or the second child, they do have different consumer behavior. And I'm like, there's no way anyone would have studied something on that. Surprisingly, somebody has checked differences in materialism for the first and the second child. And so you just go to Google Scholar, just put in your topic. And when you pick an article that is around your topic, go to areas of further research. The person will suggest how far he's ended and how far another person can go. So now you start picking up research questions from that area of further research. And even the area of further research, you type it, you will see somebody has been smart to come in to answer that question, of which you are not the first person to come in to answer the questions. So you just go to different websites. And I saw that somebody asked the difference between research report, dissertation, and thesis. Research report mostly is written by the honor students and people who are doing masters by coursework. They don't do that elaborate research. They have the component, just some few research questions. And the next question would be, what contributions should honors, masters, and PhD students be making? Honors students, you can be excited about some research questions or relationships that you want to test. And you can decide to make a contribution. Somebody must have tested that relationship. And you can say, if this relationship works during winter, will it work during summer? You make your contribution. Like, the relationship can work to this point, but during summer, does it work? If you bring in high income people, does that relationship work? If you bring in fat and short, tall people, does it work? You see, you make your contribution by just a simple a relationship. Then at master's level, you start testing people's theories and models. Okay, they say there is this model that says if you do this, let me test it, that model. At PhD level, you start questioning theories. That is why they even call it thesis. You start questioning theories. You say people who grew in disrupted families, they tend to be materialistic. What if I bring in another construct? Will this theory hold? So PhD, you start questioning theory and you bring in your voice in a discourse. That is when they start hearing your voice. That's the contribution, and you build in your own empire of thoughts and contribution, and you put yourself in the the platform of discussions. I hope I contributed to the answers. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your rich and considered feedback. We really appreciate it. I see there are some more questions in the chat, especially about the honors finance part-time. Please ask that question in the breakout rooms with your school. They'll be able to answer that question best. And I do see that Owen has also answered the other question in the chat. So at this point, if there are any other questions, you're of course very welcome to reach out to us. At this point, I'm just going to ask our host to please share the breakout rooms for us. So there we see, you will see, okay. So you will see on your screen now, you might have seen a little block pop up. So you will see accountancy, law, economics and finance, business sciences, business school, and WGS. Please join, click on join for the room or for the school that you are in. And then I hope, yeah, you get some great input from the schools at that point. We're sure you will. And then from our side, we'll just say thank you because you're not coming back to this main room after the session. So good luck and all the best for 2023 and your postgraduate journey.
Hi, Marika. Where do we find those links to the other rooms?
Okay, so do you see on your Zoom screen there should be a little gray block? Sometimes with Zoom it disappears from your screen. Yes.
Got it.
Have you found it? Fantastic.
Yeah. Thanks a lot.
Pleasure.
I'm sorry, Marika. I'm not seeming to find it. Where exactly did you say it is? I'm so sorry.
No, don't worry about it. So you will see, okay, so what I wanted to explain earlier is sometimes the screen pops up and then it goes to lie behind something else. So if you don't see a little block, let me quickly share my screen. Then, so you just see what it looks like. So it should be this little block here. You can't see it in the screen. Okay, that's not helpful, so I'll stop sharing. Sorry,
Marika, if I can just...
In which school should you be? Then I can maybe just assign you.
3 dots with more on it. If you click there, then
I see.
Breakout rooms.
Thank you so much, Deeksha. I really appreciate it. So on your Zoom screen, at the bottom, you'll see a bunch of icons, and then right next to the leave button, don't press that one, you'll see 3 dots that says more. And if you click on that, it says breakout rooms. And if you click on that, you should get to the rooms.
Thank you so much, Marika. Cheers.
Pleasure. Bye.
Hello, Marika.
Yes.
I just have a question. How many rooms are there?
there should be 6 rooms. Can you see them?
No, I can see them, but I don't.
Sorry, I'm chatting here. Johara, can you see the 6 rooms or not?
Yes, I can. I was just wondering, is there are we done with built environment then? Is this for other schools? Because I'm not seeing my specific.
What's your school?
It would be town planning. So
town planning, built environment. So yeah, that's engineering. So aren't you sure you don't want to come to CLM because you're in the wrong faculty, unfortunately. Maybe our admin can just help with that quickly.
Hi, Marike.
Hey.
Hi, is it Johara? Sorry about that.
Yes, hi.
I think you got inside the wrong faculty. I'm going to quickly try pull up engineering link for you just now and send it in the chat.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, maybe I joined the wrong one by mistake. Sure. Sorry. Okay.
Okay. Yes.
I wanted to ask, which breakaway room should I join? I'm registered for Masters of Commerce in Information Systems. So I'm seeing it can be accounting, it can be economics and finance, it can be law, maybe between business sciences and business school. I'm not sure.
Just give me the degree again, Masters of Information Science.
It's Masters of Commerce, Master of Commerce, Information Systems.
Are we okay?
So,
I unmuted.
Information systems. I just want to quickly check if I can see the school.
Sorry, Maria, I just sent in the link for Johara for EVE.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so you should be in School of Business Sciences for Information Systems. Yes.
Thank you. Cheers. Bye.
It is a big, big pleasure. Bye-bye.
Excuse me. Hi, Marika.
Yes. Again.
Or
not.
I don't know if you can help me. I'm sorry.
Sure.
I don't even know if I'm in the right room. I'm doing my master's in law by coursework.
Okay.
So I got kicked out of the meeting.
Oh no. Okay. You should be. I think it might just be a technical glitch rather than law kicking you out. You should be in the School of Law room. So just try to join it again. So just click on more and then join the law room.
Mine brings me back to the general room. When I click on breakout rooms and I go to law, it says joining in a few seconds, then it brings me right back to you.
Okay, Vivian, thanks for that. Maybe that is.
Can I just get your name
issue.
and just assign you manually?
Okay. That would be great.
Okay, it's Vivian.
Vivian, okay, I'm gonna just quickly check you on the list and okay. But I don't see Vivian on this list. What's the name of?
Okay, well, I was a presenter. Maybe that makes sense.
Okay, Vivian, I'm going to check for you again.
Yeah.
This is weird because I'm also quickly checking and I see that according to Zoom, Vivian is in the law room.
Really?
And she's not joined. So let's move her directly. Okay. Yeah, she is in the room. She's not joined.
Yes.
I'm not sure why. Can you maybe...
Am I supposed to leave this room completely? Because my fear now is if I leave, wouldn't I lose the connection entirely?
Okay, can I just try to move you to one school and then pick you back from that school to law again?
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, student affairs admin is inviting you to join accountancy.
Okay, I've moved her back to law. I moved her to accountancy, then back to law.
Yeah.
Still says not joined.
Morning, ladies.
Okay. Hey, Mel.
How are you?
Good, and you?
No, I'm all right, Marika.
Vivian is
Quick one. I'm from the Wits Business School. So my academic director had asked me that probably I join around 11:30. So I
Yes.
literally tried. So I'm unsure whether, people have then been moved into, call it the mini rooms or whatever the case is, right?
Yes. Mel, I have found you. I will assign you to the business school room, and hopefully you pop in there.
Okay, no, I appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Right.
Marike, can you also assist me to move
Sure,
me?
Betty.
Yes, I'm registered for the Masters in Governance and Economics.
Okay.
So obviously, it might be business school or school of governance.
Okay, let me send you to business school. Okay. On your side, Betty, do you see a little screen pop up that says go to a room? Okay, I think she's gone. Yes. Any other questions in the main room? We have a few people left here.
The canteen. Can I leave you with us?
Yes, please unmute. Comment.
Okay.
Hi, Marika. I missed yesterday's.
Yes.
So,
I can't join the breakdown.
In which school should you be?
can I talk, Marika?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, I was saying I missed yesterday's session, so I couldn't connect to any of the rooms. So is there a link where I can access the orientation that took place yesterday?
Okay, so the orientation from yesterday is run by Central. So I'm gonna
someone was saying that they're starting to join.
I don't have that contact stuff. So I can help you with the CLM stuff, which is what we're doing right now. But what we can perhaps just do is you can just email the postgrad research office. Let me get their email address and I'll pop it in the chat for you, because they'll have that details and what is possible for what was recorded and what's not recorded, so that you can contact them.
I appreciate that.
It is a pleasure. Okay. Copy.
Is there another session taking place at WSG?
WSG, like now.
I enrolled for masters in monitoring and evaluation. Yeah, so I was checking if there is any other.
Yeah, so there is a breakout room for WSG right now. Should I assign you to it?
Please do.
Okay, so just before you pop out, I put Miss Lucille Morrigan's details in the chat for you. She's the one who will be able to tell you what was recorded in the mains orientation and what you can use there.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Okay, and I'm signing you to WSG. Yes, sorry, go ahead.
Yes, this is Tabani. Can I also please be assigned to the business science breakout room? I'm unable to go myself.
I will assign you, no problem. Business science.
Yes.
Great, assigned to.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay, so it should pop you through. Kumu, I see you've asked to be assigned to WSG in the chat. I'm popping you through.
That's going to be required because there was a note, and that was what I'm trying to say. The note said that comes from
does anyone else need some help to get into a room?
So I realized that because
Refill where do you need to go?
So I think it was under
WSG. Okay, sending you through. Tebogo, so you're asking what's going on. So we are just sending students to their breakout rooms for the schools they're registered in. So in which school are you registered? Then we can send you there. So, okay, I've assigned, I'm just trying to keep track. I've sent Refilwe to WSG. Ria Petse, let's just find you. Yes, room for economic sciences. Sending you through there. Good luck. Ngile also has to go to WSG, so I'm assigning you there. Okay, Tebogo. Oh, I'm sending you to economics. Enjoy. Then in our you need to. Okay, so CLM is the faculty. Within the faculty, we have various schools. So what's your program? Masters by Research in Marketing. Let me just quickly check where marketing is. Business Science, I'm sending you to Business Science. Enjoy. Okay, writing meeting. Danae, would you quickly unmute and tell me a little bit more about the writing meeting that you...
Yeah, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
The writing, I want to say retreat, but the CLM postgraduate writing thing, I'm in masters and I wanted to know when you meet.
Okay. So our first meeting is next week, Friday. the 24th of February at 9 o'clock. And that will be in the postgraduate writing or postgraduate center. Do you know where that is? It's right next to the law building.
It's the new, is it the new building? Oh, wait, is it the funny shaped one next to the law line?
Yes, it's that domey one.
Okay, perfect. I'll meet you there then. Thank you.
It will be great to meet you in person.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye. Okay, so anyone else in the main room who needs assistance? Do we need to RSVP for next week's meeting? No, next week is a first come, first serve. Unfortunately, the center only sits 30 people. So if you're there and your bum is in a seat, you are welcome. Nine o'clock, yes. It is 9, right, Pia? Before I give misinformation.
Yes, it is. Okay. But I would suggest coming a little bit earlier because we may be inundated. So you can get there anytime. As long as you are a research student, you have access to the room. So it's card access, and all research students should have access. So Marika, are we the only ones in the room? I see lots of names.
No, there's about 140 other people with us in the room. So either I'm going to think it's because they just don't want to let us go, that they are very attached to the two of us at this point.
Marika, it's just 20. I think it's 20. So counting us out, it's like
okay,
17
great.
students. Well done, CLM. Well done.
Thank you for you. We wouldn't have been able to do it without you. So
amazing, guys.
So
Team
much.
effort. High five.
Yes.
I must say it's a big relief that the tech actually did work. It was great.
Yeah,
absolutely. And the only hiccup was the siren that kept going off in our offices here.
The fire alarm. How on earth? That was just the worst thing.
I don't know why. Gee, I don't know. I saw you popped out, Marika.
Yes, I tried to go sit outside, but then of course the Wi-Fi dropped and I was like, okay, this is not going to work. So I'll just sit through the siren. So I came back.
Yes.
Okay. Toby Singh.
So Rebecca, is that you? Are you student affairs admin? I was just checking.
That's me.
We never met you at that other meeting, you know, the one we went to, because you were obviously so busy dealing with the other stuff.
It was hectic. You know, I mean, right now I'm at the PDH for the workshops that are going to start at 1.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, for our Masters by Research and PhD students, as well as tomorrow. Tomorrow is actually the last day, but I think we've done well yesterday and today. It's amazing. I'm so excited about this.
Oh, it's wonderful. So it went well yesterday.
It went well yesterday. I think in the Great Hall, we had like 600 students in person, about 300 tuning online. So almost 1,000 of attendance for the Great Hall. Then we had like a nice social program on the concourse with like 400 of them. It was raining, so some had to leave quite early, but it was very, very, very nice, you know. And today we're here.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wishing you all the best for this afternoon.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm really happy about the faculty meetings. I think CLM stood out at the top. And because I am a CLM student, I was like, yay, that's my faculty.
we're happy to impress.
I was like, that's my faculty. I'm very, very excited. I even told Prof. Bowman that CLM is literally on the top. Their program is it's something that we're going to use, you know, to advise and show other faculties for next year. So
that's wonderful.
Yeah, and I think we wouldn't have done it without you, Pia and Marike. So truly, truly grateful to you guys, with Prof. Bana as well.
Yes.
No, and we're grateful for you. I mean, you've helped us with the dry run and everything. I mean, it was just, and I mean, I know how busy you guys are with this. And I mean, are you also involved with the GTS stuff to a certain extent?
To a certain extent, because in our office we do have the GTS stuff happening, but I am now solely focused on the postgraduate orientation. But I mean, we're helping one another, and we're trying to make sure that we do not clash with venues and times, and make sure first years are at the right place, the postgrads are at the right place. But yeah, it's team effort. It's team effort.
It always is.
Yeah.
And Rebecca, what do you do normally? I'm just curious to know sort of what your role is in the university.
Yes, so my role is a special project post, and it's through the UCDP fund. So the idea was that we must, as student affairs, we must rethink the postgraduate experience on campus. We must rethink the welcoming and the orientation. We must rethink what activities we can do outside of the classroom. And the UCDP fund really came in to help us greatly with that budget. So it's just a special project where we rethinking the postgrad student experience on our campus. How can we do it to become more holistic? What do our students need outside of the classroom, and what support that we can offer them? So we then do postgrad orientation. We do postgraduate workshops with other universities, benchmarking exercise. We do postgraduate book clubs. It's just a space for postgrad students to come, you know, and engage an author, you know, and also get a free copy afterwards. And we also do postgraduate student fair with the CCDU, Careers Fair. So there are a lot of activities that are coming out of student affairs that are activities outside of the classroom for postgrad students that we're doing. Oh, we also have a postgrad magazine now, but we're doing this with the research office. It's authored by the PGA, but most of the articles that will go into that magazine are from our postgrad students. Our first copy should come out in a month or two. Wow. Yeah, the number of activities that we're doing for our postgrads, stuff that is, you know, beyond the academic project.
Yeah. Well, that's wonderful to know. And just keep us posted, because you know that we try to connect with students as much as possible. And if you want to get the word out about anything, you'd be welcome to have a few minutes at our research days on the last Friday of every month.
That would be great.
Yes, between 9 and 10 on those Fridays, we do some input. And so that would be a good time if you want to get a message across to the people who are in the room.
Lovely. Thank you for that. That is so great. It's so nice as we, you know, meet faculties and gel with them and get the support that we get from you guys to reach the students. I think you guys are the right people to reach the students on our behalf, because they get to reply to your emails more than us. I don't know if it's because they are more concerned about their academics.
Yeah. But I was also thinking, Marika, our Uwazi site, we can also use that to send messages.
Definitely.
Yeah, so that's definitely a way of reaching even more of the students, because the plan is to have all of the postgrads signed up, or at least the research postgrads signed up to that Uwazi site.
That would be really, really great. Thank you so much.
No, pleasure. So now what? Do we just wait for the 12 o'clock to...
we just wait for the 12. I must just wait for the 12 o'clock. I can't leave.
No, well, really, you've held things together. And honestly, I'm just so happy to see what's happening, because, you know, it's been a little frustrating being in the faculty and working with postgrads and knowing that there just isn't much postgrad student life. So it's thrilling to see what's happening, and I look forward to seeing, you know, how it develops and expands.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, last year, remember, we only had Welcome Day on a Saturday, and that was it. And I think we have improved so much that this year we are able to host it for 3 days. So when you look at the future, we might be hosting it for a week next year. So we are really improving in terms of our orientation and the student life aspect that we offer to our students. And I think we're also getting a right platform to know what they exactly want, because it's very important that we offer them what they want, what they need.
Yes, yeah.
I'm very excited for the next 2-3 years in terms of the postgraduate experience at WITS.
Yeah. Just a thought. I did wonder whether it wouldn't have been better to split out the diploma students and maybe the honors students, and then keep all the masters and PhDs, just for future reference. I don't know, what do you think, Marika? I mean, obviously a lot of what was presented was relevant, but every now and again there were some things that were mentioned that wouldn't be relevant if you're doing a diploma, a postgrad diploma, that might have confused some people.
Absolutely.
Well, I think it would be possible. I mean, especially if you are planning on extending the postgrad orientation a little bit, maybe to a week, it could be sessions that run for, but I know this is a kind of a first time testing it out. Resources are limited. So we can now say it was a success, and then maybe we could say for the faculties, there could be perhaps a split for an extra edition of this between the cohorts, perhaps. It's something to explore.
I think it's a brilliant idea. I mean, if we get, you know, buy-in and advice from US faculties to create those 2 programs for our PhD and for our PG dips and honors, then I think sure we can do it next year. And like Marika says, we've got 5 days, then we can have separate days for the 2 cohorts. 1 huge day like yesterday, and 2 different days for the different cohorts. I absolutely agree. I think that would be a brilliant idea. We cannot wait for that. I think we need to start planning for the 2024 orientation sooner this year, so that we could be much, much more better.
Yeah, no, I'd imagine you've had a bit of stress over the last few weeks trying to get it all done with not, you know, with you could have done with more time, I'm sure. So I see we've reached 12 o'clock, and I'd imagine in some of those breakout rooms, they might still be talking. So what do you do now? Go into the breakout rooms and check, or just pull the flag?
Shame, no. I think what I'll do is, I know Rebecca has to run because the next session you guys start almost again and you need to do some prep. But I'm happy to stay online for a few, like 10 or so extra minutes, and then if I see that, I do see that some of the rooms are closing. I see Samantha just popped in, so I'll stay on, and then if they're still busy 10 past, I'll pop into the rooms and ask them to start wrapping up.
Thank you so much, Marika. I'll just make you host now so that you stay with the recording, and then you can share it with me afterwards. I'll touch base with you on mail.
Fantastic.
Thank you, colleagues. We will speak again.
Thanks so much, Rebecca.
Yeah. Take care, Rebecca. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Hey, Marika, you are now host. Okay.
Thank you.
So Marika, just to tell you, nobody went into the accounting room. So Samantha was there, but she was all alone unless somebody came in afterwards.
No, I kept an eye on the rooms, and I saw that accountancy was unfortunately not well attended. And I do see that economics and finance, as well, there's no more people in there, so they've also finished. Well, technically you are in accountancy, apparently, Pia.
Oh, I thought I'd left the room. But it was the last room that I went into because I went into all of them just to see that it was going okay.
So law is still busy. That's fine. Business sciences is also still busy. Business school, we still have a few students in there. And WSG is quite full. So I think they're still very busy.
So in fact, it does just make sense to not pull the plug. And one can only assume that the people in the room will wrap up as soon as they can.
Yes.
Sure, that is interesting. Yeah, economics and finance did have people in the room.
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
So they must have finished.
Yeah.
And then, like I said, you are technically still in the accountancy room, but I know that room is also finished. So like I said, I'll just keep track of the rest. And like I said, I'll just give them a few more minutes and then I'll start popping in.
Okay, yeah. All right, well, I'm going to leave, I think.
Sure.
There was nothing else that we needed to do. Yeah, it was just people struggling and whatever. I'm not going to leave immediately. I phoned and I can't, I'm not going to the hospital now. So I'm just around here, but I'll leave this room.
Sure.
Okay. See you now.
See you. No, I'm good. Thank you. I got everything. Kutso, please go ahead with your question. So I just want to say if anybody has come back to the main room after they've been in the breakout rooms, our program for today, or this faculty-specific program for today, is done. So there are some workshops, etc., for certain groups this afternoon. So please go check the not the faculty, the university-wide orientation program. So if you need to pop there, please give yourself some time to get there. But if you are done and you've left your school breakout room, you are very welcome to leave this meeting. I see a few people are popping back into the main room. I just want to let you know that the faculty-specific orientation has been completed. So if you want to pop out now and go get some lunch before you return to the more broader university orientation, please do. And then we hope to see you again soon. Thank you, everyone.